Γεια σας παιδάκια, γεια σας, τι μου κάνετε, τι μου γίνεστε, καλώς ήρθατε. Χρόνια πολλά γενικά, καλή Σαρακοστή να έχουμε. Καθαρά Δευτέρα σήμερα, 27 ο μήνας, η ώρα 6 και 10. Tserpeption εδώ, Γιώργος Τserpes. Και σήμερα μαζί παιδάκια θα σας κάνω παρεούλα, θα παίξουμε, θα διασκεδάσουμε. Σήμερα συνεχίζουμε όπως καταλάβατε και όπως είχα βγάλει και ανακοίνωση και στο story που είχα βάλει φίλτρο βρικόλακα, πολύ ωραία φωτογραφία αυτή παιδιά. Μου άρεσε πάρα πολύ και γι' αυτό την έβαλα άλλωστε. Θα συνεχίσουμε Vampyr Part 3. Παιδιά πρέπει να το συνεχίσουμε το παιχνίδι, να το τελειώσουμε κάποια στιγμή γιατί το έχουμε εκκρεμότητα γενικά. Και εγώ όταν κάτι ξεκινάω θέλω να το τελειώνω γενικά. Εκπέμπουμε live παιδάκια Twitch και Trovo. Κοιτάξτε, γενικά από εδώ και πέρα, αυτό έχω αποφασίσει και έχω σκεφτεί, παιδιά. Καλύτερο είναι να εκπέμπω στις επίσημες gaming πλατφόρμες μόνο. Στο YouTube θα τα βλέπετε από εδώ και πέρα μαγνητοσκοπημένα. Δηλαδή, το Twitch και το Trovo με νοιάζει πιο πολύ. Μπράβο. Θα γίνεται μετά εξαγωγή στο Twitch εφόσον υπάρχει και αυτή η δυνατότητα και θα βλέπετε όσοι θέλετε οι χρήστες του YouTube τα βιντεάκια εκεί. Τι κάνετε γενικά, πώς μου είστε, ελπίζω να ξεκουραστήκατε, να ξεκουράζεστε γενικά και να χαίρεστε το τριήμερο. Σήμερα εντάξει καθαρά Δευτέρα, αύριο πάλι δουλεύετε, το καταλαβαίνω. Όλοι αύριο επιστρέφουμε στις ρουτίνες μας παιδιά, αλλά χαρείτε το όσο κρατάει και χαρείτε το απόγευμα. Όσοι θέλετε να μ' ακούσετε, όσοι δεν θέλετε, κάντε διάφορα πράγματα. Μην κάτσετε μέσα, προφανώς. Λοιπόν, πάμε να συνεχίσουμε το παιχνίδι. Vampyr, λοιπόν. Μετά από τόσο καιρό, παιδιά, ούτε και αυτό που θυμάμαι. Πάνω από μήνα. Παίζει πάνω από μήνα. Από το Part 2 που είχαμε τελειώσει. Παίζει πάνω από μήνα να τέτοιο. Ξέρετε, να έχουμε να παίξουμε εννοώ, καταλαβαίνετε. Dog Not Entertainment. Καλώς ήρθατε, καλώς ήρθατε. Εδώ παρεούλα. Ευχαριστώ όσους παιδιά με παρακολουθήσατε και χθες και με παρακολουθείτε και γενικά σήμερα. Και για πάμε. Μπράβο, θα δω το save, παιδιά, που είχαμε μείνει. Rat in the hospital. Παιδιά, τους 8 πρώτου. Από τις 8 πρώτου, παιδιά. Πάει ένας μήνας και βάλει. Τι για ένας μήνας, σχεδόν 2 μήνες τώρα. Ναι, γιατί μετά, ξέρετε, μπλέξαμε και με το Hogwarts Legacy. Κάναμε, ράναμε. Οπότε, ξέρετε. Φίσμπουρι Γκέιτ είχα μείνει, Ναι, παιδιά. Όλα ήρθανε. Μισό. Ναι. Ναι. Που είχα κάνει το save. Το θέμα είναι.
I cannot enter.
Α, ναι, ήταν κλειδωμένη. Μισό παιδιά και εγώ να θυμηθώ για να πάμε στο νοσοκομείο πάλι πίσω, γιατί τώρα έχω ψιλοχαθεί, η αλήθεια είναι. part. Λονδίνο 1918 θυμίζουμε. Είμαστε εδώ, παιδιά. Μπείτε όπου θέλετε, τρόβο Twitch. Όσοι δεν μπορείτε να με δείτε, ρε παιδιά, τέτοιο θα περιμένετε Pembroke Hospital. Ήρθα.
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings
Emily
of an
Asbury.
angel. You're the sweet, sweet lady of mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised.
Α, ωραία μάτια έχει αυτή, παιδιά.
Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night. Before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Κάποιος την εκβιάζει, παιδιά, την Emily.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
Ναι, παιδιά, για να δούμε.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates.
Ναι.
My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
Excuse my impertinence, your ladyship. This is not an interrogation. I assure you that this line of questioning is in your best interest.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition. Is our little mystery closer to being solved, Dr. Reed?
I think of nothing else, my lady.
My situation is delicate, and it occupies all my thoughts. The blackmail must stop. I need assurance. Is our little mystery closer to being solved, Dr. Reed?
I think of nothing else, my lady.
My situation is delicate, and it occupies all my thoughts. The blackmail must stop. I need assurance.
Ναι, you need assurance, but... Περάτη in the hospital. Κυρία μου, να περάσω. Με έκλεισε, παιδιά,
Is
δεν
our
το
little
πιστεύω.
mystery closer to being solved, Dr. Reed?
Κάτι της
I
μιλάω.
think of nothing else, my lady.
My situation is delicate, and it occupies all my thoughts. The blackmail must stop.
Ποιος την εκβιάζει όμως είναι το θέμα. Φύγε μωρή να περάσω. Φύγε μωρή να περάσω.
Is our little mystery closer to being
Όχι, της μιλάω παιδιά συνέχεια και μου λέει τα ίδια γιατί τέτοιο. Για να περάσω.
My situation is delicate.
Take me to hospital. Ωραία. Dorothy Crane. Ναι, χα. Παιδιά, αυτούς που είναι κακοί γενικά θα τους εξολοθρεύσω. Όχι, να θυμηθώ λίγο και τι έχω ρε εσείς. Stamina life 630 blood. Hard biting. Οι passives μου, ναι, μπράβο. Εδώ μπράβο, πριν δεν είχα πρόσβαση. Unknown.
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam.
Shut up.
I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
Να σου πω κάτι, sorry, διακοπή παιδιά, να τη ρωτήσω. Α, ναι, αν είναι αυτή
You
η
seem to know
διάσταση.
more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
Α, πρέπει να βρούμε τις nurses. Royal Garden Hall Theatre. Clyde Fitch presents Doris Fletcher, Sappho.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
Too much energy for so little result.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough.
Ah, man.
Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm fine, really. I just need to sleep.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Να βρω τη winner. Sodium hypochlorite solution. Κοντέινη. Harvey Fiddick.
It's locked.
My boy.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
Θέλω να το ρωτήσω
The
αυτό για να
people who
μάθω
work here
περισσότερα.
all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Ναι.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Και μας μένει να βρούμε την Dorothy Crane. Κάτι γνωρίζει η Dorothy όμως, παιδιά, ο τύπετς εδώ. Η Dorothy κάτι γνωρίζει. Γιατί βλέπω είναι απομακρυσμένη, μήπως είναι εκτός νοσοκομείου. Μήπως είναι στο Whitechapel. Καλά, εδώ έχω ξανάρθει. Eavesdrop. Press a left analog stick to activate your senses. If a citizen is behaving suspiciously, their heart will emit a distinctive glow. By looking at the citizen, you unlock a special interaction. Look for Dorothy Crane. Ναι!
Don't worry, we're safe.
Με ποιον μιλάει, είναι άγνωστος.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Μαφιός, παιδιά, αυτός μόμπστερ. Τους κρυφάκουσε ο Τζόναθαν. When looking for cities, don't forget your vampiring searches. Έτσι, από αυτόν θα φτάσουμε στο Poplar Sewers. Retrieve the thug in the sewers.
He's locked the door behind him.
Πρέπει από εδώ, ναι.
I need to find another way to follow him.
Οχ. Για κάτσε να δω, παιδιά. Θα μάθουμε και Potassium, Ferrous Tartrate.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Ακούω κάτι, παιδιά. Ναι, ναι, Rock Skull. Oh, blood. Beware.
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable.
The Ban of the Dragon. Concerning the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Soul, I would advise our members to be very wary about these so-called scholars. Yes, indeed, most of them are always affable and respectful whenever they approach us, but it would be quite unwise for a discreet circle like the Ascalon Club to foolishly speak about our goals, our members, or our traditions. I also would like to remind our fellow members that the Brotherhood itself is ancient enough to have some mysterious traditions. One of them, according to some informants, could be the ritual of the so-called Ban of the Dragon. It seems that in certain conditions, when the Brothers of St. Paul find a violent or bloodthirsty immortal, they can call upon him this ban. What is it exactly? I don't know. Does it really exist? I don't know for sure either. But what I've established as facts, it is that whenever a hostile or vindictive vampire has threatened London, it disappeared without a trace after the Brotherhood pronounced a ban upon him. The loyal Fergal Bansa himself has never been foolish enough to openly provoke the Brotherhood. This is a lesson we must all remember. Never be considered a dragon by the Brotherhood, from the Law of Ascalon by Lord Rengrave founder.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Selenia, Bullet. Citizen safe, careful, the endangered citizen may not survive the next night. Go check on him. Claustrophobia.
I don't want to die here.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
Oswald.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help.
Ο Νιούτον
Do you
τον
remember?
έψαχνε εκεί στον ποταμό
Yes, I
Τσοντάμεση.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Treatment for headache δεν έχω να του δώσω. Citizen rescued. You rescued a citizen. He will return to his district the following night.
Are you sure you're all right, sir?
Yes, I'll be. As soon as I can see the sky again.
Μπορώ να το κάνω mesmerize, αλλά δεν θέλω. Ναι, βασικά από εδώ που ήρθα δεν είναι. Ναι. Πρέπει να τραφώ.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Beware. Oh!
What sort of creature is this?
Για να εξοικονομώ το στάμινα, παιδιά. Για αυτός αλικάνθρωπος είναι. Να κάνουμε λίγο το στάμινα. Από εδώ, από πού ήρθαμε? Sergei scores.
Here's what's left of him.
If you are sick, if you have no money, whoever you are, whenever you're from, come see Dorothy to get help. Nurse Crane's voucher. No tricks, no charges, no questions asked. Just find Darius Petrescu's house and present this coupon. Ωραία.
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
Blackmail in Whitechapel.
I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable.
Δεν μπορώ να φτιάξω κάτι για να πάρω... Μισό, παιδιά. Όπα. Ναι, μπράβο. Treatment for headache, Oswald. Ναι, είναι πολύ και εδώ. Πρέπει να κάνω evolve, παιδιά. Some students may have a quest for you if you talk to them. They'll always reward your help. Λοιπόν, πάμε λίγο ένα διαλυματάκι και επιστρέφω σε λίγο, παιδιά. Επιστρέφουμε σε λιγουλάκι. Γυρίσαμε, παιδάκια. Λοιπόν, ναι, και στο Whitechapel είναι το καινούριο district που θα πάμε, που εκεί υποτίθεται η πίλαρη επικεφαλής είναι η Dorothy Crane, η νοσοκόμα. Αυτή, παιδιά, αυτή είναι καριολίτσα. Απ' την αρχή την είχα καταλάβει εγώ. Ξέρετε κάτι θα κάνουμε?
I cannot enter.
Πρέπει να κάνουμε rest to evolve.
It's locked, all right.
Βγαίνουμε κατευθείαν και έξω από εδώ, ναι. Για να δούμε τι μπορούμε να φτιάξουμε, ρε. Τα treatments, ναι. Treatment for anemia, for fatigue, for sepsis. Τα recyclables, τι μπορούν να μας δώσουν,
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Λοιπόν, rest to evolve. Έχουμε καινούρια. The preference to your design causes damage upon landing. Ωραίο αυτό. The shadows help hide the vampire, turning them invisible to the enemy. In return, it drains the vampire stamina if they move. Once a vampire will become invisible again. Το Shadow Veil. Range. Όχι, δεν μπορώ αυτά. Increase your health. Ναι. Increase your stamina. Ναι, το health, παιδιά, το health θα αυξήσουμε. Blood capacity. Increase your blood absorption when using bite in combat. Health, health, health. Πήραμε και shotgun shell. Fatigue. Level 10. Whitechapel πάμε. Enter at your own risk. Sirius, to the citizens of London, curfew official health warning. Α, ναι. Να οι δρόμοι. Αυτοί πως εμφανίστηκαν ρε. Καλά ρε παιδιά, δεν μπορώ να πω πουθενά. λένε ζευγλέ. Άντε ντε. Γιατί ήμασταν στο battle per παιδιά, πρέπει να τους εξουδετερώσουμε. Μπράβο, ναι, με αυτό που ρουφάγαμε αίμα γενικά.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail.
Find the dog to Darius Petrescu.
Let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Benjamin.
Stop it now, Albert. Stop it.
Oh!
I'm not dying in some stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything. It ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town.
Oh. Ωραία, έχουμε χέρι.
Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
Ah.
Do you need assistance?
Please. Feeling tired these days.
Fatigue.
There you go. Let's hope nobody steals it from you.
Very funny.
Recovering. Ωραία. Το θεραπεύσαμε, του δώσαμε φάρμακο for fatigue.
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets. Not me.
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor. And no one can help me. Not even you.
You don't seem well, Benjamin. Do you need any help?
I always feel ill, sir. It's like I'm never right.
Α, δεν έχω θεραπεία για την
I
μικρανία.
will see you later. What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. And now I'm just Ben. Ben the tramp.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Oh. Α, το hint, ναι.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the head, you see, and the boy he just frayed me last nerve.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar, a coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
It's a pity that doctors still practice such barbaric methods. It's a dishonor to our profession.
Now only the pills stop me thinking about this shit. To not hear the explosions. I'm even scared of the dark these days.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. It's just a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Me? I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
Και να δούμε τι άλλο μπορούμε να βρούμε, ρε.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Φύγαμε.
Give you faith again.
Ποια είναι αυτή? Καινούρια πρόσωπα.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during
No.
my studies?
Ο σαρκασμός του Τζόναθαν.
I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt.
Cadogan
The bloody
Bates.
bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Α, είναι healthy.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
Loretta.
Good evening, my dear colleague.
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll talk again.
All the good boys join the army.
This elixir will give you faith again.
Ναι, παιδιά, που λέτε και εγώ εδώ πρώτη φορά έρχομαι τώρα. Ω.
I cannot enter.
Απλά εξερευνώ τώρα, ξέρετε. Θα πάμε από πάνω. Να συνεχίσουμε από εκεί το μονοπάτι. Ναι. Εδώ merchant. Ω. Μαζί εδώ με το καταφύγιο. Ψάχνω, παιδιά, γενικά. Cigarette case, cigarette. Ωραία, χαίρομαι πολύ. Δεν έχει κάτι άλλο εδώ. New hideout unlocked. Ah. Large box of pills. Α, μπορώ να τη δώσω και σε αυτόν. Give the appropriate treatment. Healthy citizens help continue to raise the health status of the district they belong to.
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Water-rich blood sample.
Boots will be proud of me.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy, all right? Now piss off.
Α, ναι, αυτού του έδωσα. Ο Μπέντζαμιν.
Good evening,
και ο Μπέντζαμιν.
Can I help you?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Reed.
Α, migraine,
A
γάμο
gun,
το.
alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
Ντάριους Πετρέσκου. Είπαμε να συνεχίσουμε. Αυτός πρέπει να είναι ο Ντάριους, ναι.
It's locked, all right.
Πρώτη φορά έρχομαι σε αυτό το district, παιδιά, το Whitechapel.
What do you
Ο Ντάριους, νάτος.
Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
Investigate Darius' previous actions. Senses.
There's no one in.
Contender.
I will return later. It's locked.
Μισό παιδιά να δω λίγο πόσοι παίζουνε Vampyr στο Twitch τουλάχιστον. Μόνο εγώ. Όχι ρε. Α, εντάξει, έχουν παίξει κι άλλοι. Ωχ, Θεέ μου. Πώς το κάνω αυτό όταν δεν έχω πουθενά πρόσβαση? Prevent disease, careless spitting, sneezing, coughing, spread influenza, spread by droplets, spread from most of those, do not cough in public. Oh. Ay, Dorothy!
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be from Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nethercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned. I cannot enter.
Find the inhabitants in Whitechapel. Find Richard Nethercott. Find Clayton Darby. Βροχή τι έχει.
I must insist, sir. Please let me see Nurse Crane.
I have no time for you, sir.
Άστο ρε Τζόναθαν, δεν μας ανοίγει. Άστο το ρημάδι, άστο, αφού είναι μαλάκας. Υποψίες. Χα. Κάτσε πάμε πίσω καλύτερα. Πάμε από εκεί που ήρθαμε. Το δρομάκι που είχε, εδώ είναι το τέτοιο του. Εδώ.
Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
What you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Αυτός είναι healthy.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Trinkets are more. New investigation. Μάλιστα. Have you been hurt?
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
Joe Peterson. Hint. Barrett Lewis. Hint.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse, and quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Right then. Show me what you have.
Ναι, και δεν έχω λεφτά τώρα. Και να βρούμε το... Λοιπόν, Whitechapel τώρα. Barrett, Unknown, Joe Peterson.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off!
I'm not a journalist, I'm a doctor.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. and I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
Health κι αυτός. Έχουμε ένα hint. Do you enjoy bullying people?
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
Παίζει και σκληρός ο Τζο.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the
Hint
only
ήταν
job I
αυτό.
found. And it pays well too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
You survive at any cost, even at the expense of others. Perhaps that's just the law of nature.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you?
Okay.
I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being
We're not
stabbed in
familiar
the
with
back.
this neighborhood.
This part of
We're
town does have
coming for
quite
the
a
first
reputation.
time.
Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know.
Όλοι την ξέρουν πια.
One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Find Clayton in the area. Το Whitechapel. Ο Πάτερ.
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son.
Father Whitaker.
Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Healthy.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
No.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Επιστήμη εναντίον εκκλησίας.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
What do you mean when you say that? Well, what do
you...
Really? What is... Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Science and progress are our only hope against the monstrosity hidden behind this epidemic.
See, Doctor? Now you acknowledge the presence of evil within the city's walls. Now you start to admit the truth.
Oh.
What do you mean? What? I have heard enough. Goodbye.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Ο Clayton, μπράβο, ναι. Τον βρήκαμε τον ένα.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
It's a disgrace. People are left to die alone. No one is properly informed of the risks.
These are bad times indeed. So much for the glorious British Empire.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
That science is unable to explain the facts doesn't mean there is no rational explanation.
I confess, I share your point of view, Doctor.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
You risk your life to reveal the truth is public interest?
So you risk your life to reveal the truth? I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Ah, ναι, μπράβο.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm afraid one of the nurses from the Pembroke Hospital may be involved with unsavory activities.
Ah, could it be Dorothy Crane?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious, never goes out, doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
He has no relatives at all?
No, except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel. talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what I may have caught during my investigation.
If you persist in investigating the most pox-ridden boroughs of London, you must accept the risks.
Thank you, sir.
Fatigue. Recovering.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Ωραία. Find the mailbox and the letter. Find Richard Niedercote.
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick, though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Fatigue.
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I am shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
Ωραία, της έδωσα θεραπεία.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
That was your decision? You should try to find another...
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly, but it is not your concern, Doctor.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed. Or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
Your line of work has many health risks.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking from experience?
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Anything you can tell me about her would be helpful.
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothea Crasionescu. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy? Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can.
Διεισδύουμε, παιδιά, ακόμα περισσότερο μέσα στο Whitechapel District. Παρακολουθούμε. Οι φουλές αφήνουν το πράγμα του πρεβαίνετε. Stay at home.
It's locked, all right.
Clayton Darby, περιμένετε, παιδιά, θα έχουμε συζήτηση, θα κάνουμε eavesdropping.
You still want more from Christina?
When we spent the night together, my wallet went missing.
Are you calling me a thief? I don't have your stupid wallet.
Oh.
I know you. You're a nice girl. Can't we solve this amicably?
No, I don't think so. And if you think you know me just because we shared the bed together, you're just a lousy and arrogant journalist.
Έχει πολύ ζουμί η υπόθεση, παιδιά. Πολύ ζουμί.
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind, Mr. Reed?
Did you steal Clayton Darby's
Το
wallet?
εκείνο που ξεκλειδώσαμε τώρα, που τους κάναμε eavesdropping, που τους κρυπακούσαμε.
But I never thought he would
Το
come back to look
παραδέχεται!
for it.
Why did you do it? He seems to trust you.
For a time I thought he was different from other men. In the end, he just wanted to sleep with me. Same as the others.
Perhaps Clayton is different. Maybe you two should talk. A conversation couldn't hurt.
I know what I am and what people call me. I sleep with men for money. If I can accept that, why can't he? No. My future is with the ones I love, not with Clayton Darby.
The ones you love? The money you stole is not for you, then?
My brother is still in our hometown in Romania. I am the only one who can buy him a ticket to England.
Tell me, Christina, is it worth risking your health and your life for your brother's safety?
He's the only family I have left. I had to leave Romania without him.
Και
I can't be happy until he is near me again.
I understand your concern. I spent many months away from my family when I served on the front line in France.
Every time I write to him, I fear I won't receive an answer. It kills me to know he is still there.
England is perhaps not the best place in the world to live at the present time. Are you certain it's worth the sacrifice?
You think you know it all because you fought in the war. But my brother is no soldier.
I know. We all understand the risks to soldiers, but we don't necessarily recognize the civilian casualties caused by these conflicts.
Yes, wars are decided by rich men who will never take the risk of being shot, raped, or maimed.
Does your brother know what you do to earn the money to bring him here?
Don't be simple, of course not. And he must never know. Everything will be different once he is here with me.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can. It's locked.
Πω, παιδιά, μ' αρέσει πάρα... Αυτό λατρεύω σε αυτό το παιχνίδι, η ατμόσφαιρά του, δηλαδή η βικτωριανή εποχή, έτσι το 18 γενικά, έτσι, είναι πολύ ατμοσφαιρικό. A small flower bouquet with a voucher for a free medical check-up hidden between the flowers. Καμήλια, αυτή που θα συναντήσουμε το Find the Mailbox. Πίσω το Whitechapel. Αυτή είναι η Καμήλια.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What?
I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly.
Είναι μουγγί, παιδιά.
I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it?
Ναι, είναι μουγγί, παιδιά. Πω.
Melia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary. A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. Very well. Goodbye then.
Παιδιά, ο Ρίτσαρτ Νίδερ... Ο Νίδεκροφτ που είναι, ρε?
I cannot enter.
Whitechapel. Ναι, εδώ μπαίνουμε σε άλλο district.
It's locked.
My dearest, most beloved children, I'm so sorry you have not heard from me for a few months. The situation in London has been difficult. I know it may sound selfish and silly when you, my children, are still living in a country consumed by war, but there is also a war going on here in England. A war against poverty and against injustice. This is a war I intend to fight despite my advanced years. This is why I'm writing to you today. I won't be coming back to Romania. That probably means I won't see you again before I die. Don't be sad, my darlings, you're grown up now and you have children of your own. You know the sacrifice we sometimes must accept to make the world a better place. This is one I must make now, to feel useful one more time. I wish you a long and happy life. Kiss my grandchildren for me. Remember that your father loves you all the way from this cold, damp country. I am, as ever, your loving father, Darius Petrescu.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter.
Βρήκαμε το γράμμα.
Good evening, Doctor. Can I help you?
Α, έχω να τον ρωτήσω. Τώρα.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
This woman really stole your wallet.
Tell me, Clayton, do you really think this young woman stole your wallet?
Christina. Yes. I recently met her. A nice girl, despite her questionable conduct.
How did you meet her? You should...
How exactly did you meet Christina?
During my investigation, I offered my hotel room to her to rest and get away from the street.
And what happened?
The next morning, my wallet and my watch had disappeared. I suppose that's what you get for being a good Samaritan.
If you are going to sleep with a lady of the night, Clayton, I would advise you to be cautious.
I can't really be mad at her, though. She's just trying to survive. She doesn't have many options.
Do you know that Christina is hoping to pay for her brother to travel to England in the near future?
I see. No, she didn't tell me that.
But
that explains many things.
Do you believe she will ever see her brother again?
As long as the war rages in Europe, I'm afraid her chances of seeing her brother again are slim to none.
Was it wise to become so intimate with a woman you were supposed to interview, Clayton?
Maybe it was. But I have learned to look for the inner truth and beauty in people.
I apologize. I didn't mean to be rude. What can you tell me about this woman?
She is very sensitive. So nostalgic about her country. I saw her cry once because she'd lost a precious souvenir from her homeland.
What was it?
A scarf her brother gave her before she came to England.
Why are you so concerned? You seem to have something on your mind, Mr. Darby.
That we could make peace if I could find it and give it back to her. But I'm afraid she lost the scarf somewhere during her night shift.
A cherished souvenir, new investigation.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Pay me a glass and I'll be drunk. Pay me a bottle and I'll be...
Good evening, Christina.
Change your mind?
Goodbye, miss.
You again?
Have you heard of a nurse? Could you please...
She's a not...
Goodbye. Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in. I'm Harry, by the way. Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Peterson's house.
Even my dreams are so...
It's locked, all right.
Job refusal letters. Letter. professional vampire hunters. If you ever suspect someone to be a vampire, don't try to kill it yourself. You have no chance. Instead, contact me or try to inform a professional vampire killer. These men and women are rare, but they know what to do against these evil creatures. It even seems that some of them are working together under the name of the Guard of Priven, a paramilitary organization dedicated to the eradication of the vampires in London. They are your friends. You are not alone. Solutions exist. Be smart, spread their word. Clarence Crossley, for more information, please contact me. Ωραία. Dear Mr. Peterson, it is my duty to inform you of our refusal to accept your application for a job with the dockyard. I must thank you for the time spent at our office explaining the difficulty of our situation with your little boy and the loss of your beloved wife. But it's also my duty to point out the policy of our company, which expressly reproves the employment of former criminals or convicts. Your unfortunate connections with the ill-famed Wedgwood boys have been duly noted. These are hard times, sir, and Finch and Harper are there to reward first the candidates who pass the small inquiry we like to conduct about our future employees. You have my deepest sympathy, and may God be with you and your family. Sincerely, R.D. Harper.
Dreams are soaked with gloom.
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Harry Peterson. Και δεν έχω treatment for fatigue.
How do you feel?
I'm fine. I mean, it's not easy every day, but I'm fine. I'm just tired of being sick all the time. If only I could be tough, like... Well, you know.
Speaking of which, what can you tell me about your father?
My father is an idiot who makes idiot things. That's all I have to say.
Forgive my bluntness, young man, but you don't seem happy living in Whitechapel.
Why should I? I never wanted to come here in the first place. It was my father's decision. And look around you. Does this look like a nice place to live?
You have a roof over your head, a place to call home. Many people here are not as lucky, you know.
That's exactly what my father says. Harry, you should be grateful for what you've got. But I wasn't even consulted when we moved here.
If life here is so terrible for you, why don't you just leave this place? Have you ever spoken to your father about it?
I don't go outside. It terrifies me so. I went outside once without my father noticing and I saw terrible things. Bloody and frightening things.
So that's why you stay at home all day? For fear of the epidemic?
I'm not afraid of disease or death, Dr. Reed. It's the living I'm afraid of.
About Barrett Lewis and your father?
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities.
No.
But I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your focus, do you?
Έχουμε hints.
Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I'd known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his behavior toward you, obviously.
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer, good one even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
It's never easy to find a new path in life, especially after the loss of a loved one. But crime is certainly not the best option.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
And no one has ever stood up to this thug.
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against the wet boot boy.
What do you know of Harry Peterson? The boy seems so fragile. Not like his father at all.
Harry's a good boy, but he spends most of his time complaining. He's had it tough, all right, but he needs to grow a pair.
What troubles him exactly?
Well, despite being his father's son, almost everything, I think. He never wanted to come to Whitechapel in the first place. Hates this place more than most of us.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
You...
Harry's not happy living in Whitechapel.
Harry doesn't seem happy living in Whitechapel. Why did you make him come here?
I've always put my son's interests above everything else, whatever he may think. Our house is small but affordable. The walls are thin, but the door is solid.
You really love your son, don't you, Mr. Peterson?
He's my pride and joy. Even if he hates me for the choices I make and
Αυτός
pushes me
είναι ο
backwards
Peterson,
more
ο
than he
πατέρας του
should.
Χάρη, του παιδιού που μιλήσαμε.
Do you have any regrets?
Only one. Not to have my beloved wife by my side. She died when Harry was little. My sweet Jane. She gave the boy confidence.
Since the criminal nature of your job means you could be arrested, are you not afraid of what would happen to your boy if you were?
No one will ever take my son away from me. If that ever occurred, I'd hunt the bastard down and rip off his head with my bare hands.
Why do you keep on working for the gang, Joe? You know it doesn't suit you.
It's true, I hate this job. And I know I made some bad choices, but I'm a wet boot boy now. And people won't forget it.
You could leave tomorrow. Start another life in another town.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. We are poor. My son's weak. And there's no way he'll endure another disappointment.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Money. Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind. God, you just look the other way.
Kill him!
Πέθανα. Ο Ρίτσαρτ που είναι ρε μαλάκα μου, το Ρίτσαρτ θέλω να βρω. Βιολί και κοντραπάσο.
And trickery.
Γαμώ τους διαδρόμους, γαμώ το κέρατό μου.
Stupid beast! Stop! Away with you!
Whitechapel Street, επιτέλους.
More and more of these bloody leeches every night. Aye. But the guards recruit more and more every year.
Όχι, πάμε πολύ πίσω.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this. I have this thirst for blood.
Closed. He's done.
Whitechapel Old Road. Α, πάμε από εδώ, ναι, ναι, ναι. Whitechapel Old Road.
I'd step back, sir.
Ωχ, κάτι σαν άξιτι είναι αυτό.
There's safer places to be than here. Shit, you! I shall fear no evil. Get taste of this!
It's locked, all right.
The one from this side. Δεν το πιστεύω, ρε παιδιά.
Over there! Go to the shadows! Take a breath of this!
Quarantine contagious disease. No one shall enter or leave quarantine area without written permission of the local health authority. No person except an authorized employee of the health district shall alter, destroy or remove this card. Anyone violating this regulation will be fined. Α, γαμώ το, εκεί που πήγα να γιατρευτώ. Ναι, παιδιά, γιατί ουσιαστικά τώρα πρέπει να πάω από εκεί την πόρτα που είναι κλειδωμένη και κάνω τον κύκλο ουσιαστικά. Δεν γίνεται διαφορετικά. Από εδώ με έβγαλε ρε σοβαρά τώρα. Γαμώ τα mechanics μου μέσα. Καλά. Δεν με αφήνουν να κάνω τίποτα. Γι' αυτό σας έλεγα το battle system του παιχνιδιού είναι το μόνο αρνητικό πραγματικά. Πώς να το πω ρε παιδιά, είναι μη τελειοποιημένο. Η μαλακιά είναι αυτή ρε παιδιά, όταν δίνετε μάχη δεν μπορείτε να τους προσπεράσετε τους μαλάκες.
See them fancy clothes? Evil! Crawl back to the hell that spawned you! Oh, that's gonna start! I
Πρέπει να τέτοιο...
Over there! Stay back, please. Stop!
Γιατί χρειάζομαι blood, παιδιά. Ευτυχώς που έχω και αυτό το εργαλείο. Είναι και το κολοστάμινα που μας παριορίζει, ρε καμότο. Σταν είναι ο σταυρός. Έλα ρε παιδιά, έλα. Πρέπει να τους νικήσω για να έχω access στις πόρτες. Χωρίς blood δυστυχώς.
Lead spotted! I order you to step back.
Γυρίζω το στάμινα.
God walks with me. Back, demon! Back! The power of the Lord commands you! I shall fear no evil!
Όπου αυτή είναι η πιο σπαστική. Άντε, γεια!
This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Καθόλου όμως. Ωχ, Θεέ μου. Τώρα αυτό ξέρετε, το έκανα γιατί τέτοιο ρε εσείς, έπρεπε να μαζέψω blood. Prevent disease. Μαλάκα, πώς είναι? Γάμο το. Πάει ο ένας. Άντε γάμους κι εσύ. Ξαναβγάλω τη ζωή μου κουκλά. Ναι, εδώ ξαναβγαίνουμε στα ίδια όμως. Water rich blood sample. Τι γίνεται εδώ ρε φίλε.
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
All right. I shan't insist. Goodbye for now, sir.
Mesmerize level 3 are required. Όχι, εδώ παιδιά δεν παίζει. Ναι, Stonebridge Cemetery.
This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood.
Ναι, ήμουν ουσιαστικά στο... Α, ναι ρε. Fuck. Oh!
This is despicable. I have this thirst for blood.
Ναι, και ουσιαστικά κάνουμε τον κύκλο. New hideout unlocked. Ορίστε.
I cannot enter.
The robots can pass through enemies in front of you. You lose control and let the beast take over for a short time. Level 11.
It's locked, all right.
Περίμενε τώρα να δούμε. Ναι ρε, equip. Level 2. Αλλά όχι, το έχω εδώ, περιμένετε. Main hand. Το 75, 65, 99. Εντάξει, το Scythe είναι το πιο τέτοιο. 110 damage. Το Scythe και το Common Bar. Αυτό, ναι. Και... delete. Lose control. Α, το κάνω upgrade, ρε. Προφανώς. $145 damage, αυτά είναι. Καλό που αναβαθμίζουμε και τα όπλα. Λοιπόν, παιδάκια, επιστρέφουμε σε λίγο, διαλυματάκι και επιστρέφουμε. Λοιπόν, επιστρέψαμε. Α, ναι, τώρα έχω και το ultimate, την ulti μου. Ρικοταμίνη.
I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable.
Ωρε φίλε. Και γαμώ τη σούλτη. Σκρου. Α, εδώ δεν έχω ξανάρθει. Όπα παιδιά, έκανα μαλακία, περιμένετε. Ναι, έβγαλα το τέτοιο. Όχι, περίμενε. Δεν μπορώ. Α, μπράβο, 145 damage, αυτό θέλουμε. Whitechapel. Όχι. Θα βγω.
I have this thirst for blood.
Έλα.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Και ουσιαστικά ήρθαμε στο Pembroke. Ναι. Investigation updated.
Go back home, idiot!
So fucking fast! Shit, that leads too fast!
October, from Guard of Freewen Command Post Twist and Patrol Subject Vampire Active Hospital Survey investigate. 3 days ago, one of our new recruits heard a rumor about the presence of a female vampire hiding in the Pembroke Hospital, London East End. All we have is her first name, Thelma. Your mission is so strictly go there and observe any suspicious activity concerning said lich. Then report directly back to us and we will decide what action should be taken. Wet Boot Boys note, concerning the recruitment of new boys in Whitechapel, I think I found one. Albie. He's as stupid as a stool, but tough. I asked him to prove to me he could get some drugs for the black market and delivered quickly and nicely. Next time we meet, I'll tell him he's accepted as a wet boot boy and he must now meet the boys to get his orders.
I'm sure Albert would like to know he's been accepted by the Wet Boot Boys.
Pardon.
I have this thirst for blood.
Defeating the skulls, new investigation.
Don't touch me with your disgusting hands!
Petition letter. Mr. Bates must stop. For months, for years maybe, Caldohan Bates has exploited us. Mr. Bates must stop. If we had more money or property, we will never rent any of his extortionate flats. Mr. Bates must stop. We all know what revolting solution he proposes to the woman who can't pay the weekly rent. Mr. Bates must stop. Let's meet him together soon. Demand for an immediate change. Α, αυτός είναι.
Don't touch me with your disgusting hands! Strangers are attacking me!
Token check on the shocked man.
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, a fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages. You had better return to Whitechapel without delay. It will be safer there.
Safety isn't really an issue in Whitechapel, because you never are. Never have been. The old place is falling to pieces. But thank you for the advice, sir.
Καλά και δεν έχει... Α, εδώ που ήρθαμε και πριν, ναι.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
the Pembroke Hospital.
We have to stop it! We've got one of them! I'll tell you! Kill the vermin! Leeches!
Dewsbury Wednesday, 2nd November. Report about Pembroke. From Scout Louis Cagney to Mr. Geoffrey McCallum. Object: Pembroke Hospital survey vampire activity. Sir, having observed the Pembroke Hospital for 2 weeks now, and we can confirm vampire activity there. First, we now have proof of the presence of a female lich inside the hospital. The beast is clever. She acts like a mental patient to hide her true, unholy condition. I personally sneaked inside the hospital and heard the creature whining about her need for blood since her body is decaying. But it gets worse. The administrator of the Pembroke Hospital is Dr. Swansea. According to our team leader Amanda Tilton, who died yesterday in a fight against a skull by the canal, he may be a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. If that's true, then there may be something big going on at the Pembroke. Maybe even a nest of vampires, protected by those bloody traitors of the stole. We don't know what to do, but we are unconvinced. You better come quickly with reinforcements and heavy gear. Reassure Thelma Horcroft about the spies.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Do you need medical help yourself, Nurse?
I'm afraid I've contracted some illness, Dr. Reed.
Not under my watch, Nurse. Take this. You'll feel better.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
Not really. I think I caught something in this bloody hospital. I swear I'm dead, yet smiling inside, Dr. Reed.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health.
Don't think you can do much about it. Damage is done.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Πού πήγε η Θέλμα? Να τη.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You are no vampire. You are a delusional woman, convinced she is something she is not.
How convenient to call delusional anyone who does not share your precious rationale, Dr. Reed.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time. Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities. I cannot enter.
Πάει και η Θέλμα. The harder they fall, find out the cause of death.
It's locked, all right.
You can now carry... Ναι. 4 serums. Καλό. Your bloods, the absorber. Πάντε. Increase your stamina. Ναι, stamina. Α, ναι. Να το δώσω στην Κούνεθ. Παίρνω ένα gun. Fatigue. Θα ζω στον Acroid.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Waverley, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Is your rivalry blinding you?
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm capable of dealing with this myself. I've just not taken the time to do so.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in surgery very often.
Tell me, Waverley, are you... Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later. Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
Really? Why has no one else asked me that since I got here? I thought I was in a hospital.
Unfortunately, you are not the only person who needs help. And complaining about it won't do you any good.
Well, perhaps you're right, Dr. Reed. I'm sure if me missus was still alive, she wouldn't be happy with me going on like this.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Sweet girl. Straight like a boy.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Do you require medical attention as well, Mrs. Goswick?
Do you know you're the only one who's asked me this? No. I don't feel well, actually.
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well-deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Αρχίζω και δίνω θεραπείες.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. Question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Do you need any medical help, Milton?
I'm afraid I do. Like everyone in this hospital. It's a sad state of affairs when even the hospital workers are worried about disease.
Our job brings us into contact with all kinds of infections, Milton. There's no shame in being ill while you're in a hospital.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. I get the feeling you don't fall sick often. But thanks, anyway.
Goodbye, Milton. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require medical assistance, Nurse?
I will be fine. As soon as I can get some sleep.
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
Goodbye, Nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Nurse. Hello again, Mr. Blight. I'm happy to see Mr. Thatcher is safe, for now.
I'm eternally grateful, Doctor. We were total strangers and you helped us anyway. Can't thank you enough, sir.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
Afraid so. In the war, I was always worried about picking up something, getting some infection. Unfortunately, got that fear in London now.
Throughout history, some diseases have done more damage to armies than any weapon created by man. You were wise to be careful.
You're working at the Pembroke Hospital, aren't you? That's a good enough reason for me and Oswald to go there.
What caused your phobia of rats, Newton?
It happened last year following an artillery attack. I was trapped for 2 days in a hole under 2 dead soldiers. And there were rats.
Go on.
They started eating me as soon as I dozed. Gnawing at my ears. With fingers. Lips. I couldn't move.
Couldn't call for help.
Couldn't call for help.
I see.
No, you don't. You have no idea what it is to wake up buried under bodies. Fucking vermin eating your flesh. Oswald. He found me and saved me.
Why do you stay here now that Mr. Thatcher's back?
It's complicated. Since the war, Oswald's been really nervous with the idea of entering any hospital. And me, I've got my own issues.
Can you speak about them?
Rats, sir. Even seeing one, they turn me. Just want to run. It's that fear that stopped me from going after Oswald when he left.
What can you tell me about the war, Mr. Blight? If you want to speak about it, of course.
War was... Well, you know, sir. The stench of death everywhere. Your mates lying bleeding in the mud. Just praying to make it through and get home. Bloody nightmare.
I fought in France, too. I served as a field surgeon, but it was not uncommon to repel an assault, especially at night.
Yeah. The first time I was wounded, I had to protect the infirmary from hostiles. Twice.
Did you know Oswald Thatcher before the war?
No. We met in the battlefield. I think we're in the same boat to France. We've stuck together ever since.
You are always welcome at the Pembroke Hospital. As a former officer, I'll be honored to welcome a fellow veteran.
I'm not giving up on bringing Oswald back to the hospital. I just need to convince him that he needs some help.
Perhaps he needs to reach that decision by himself.
Could you speak to him? He doesn't usually listen to doctors, but perhaps because you've been through it, you can talk him round.
Goodbye, Mr. Blight. Take care of yourself.
Α, στο μόργκ. Αλλά στο μόργκ πού ρε φίλε? Πού είναι αυτό τώρα? Α, καλά. Εργοταμίνη. Και πώς πάμε εκεί τώρα?
Easy!
I cannot enter.
Watch yourselves! There's one of them! Watch it! It's a killer!
Dr. Strickland's list. Ordered by Dr. Thoreau Strickland, hospital list of substances and ingredients. Lacrima papaveris, medical opium, sodium hypochlorite, potassium permanganate.
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
Πού είναι ο Strickland? Νάτος.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage? Then there are the legal ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed? However, if you would agree to improve it, I'd be glad to accept your help.
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your experiments, I may try to gather these substances and even help improve upon the mixture.
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed. That's all I'm asking.
I want to know about these secret tests you run, and if they can save people from this epidemic. Speak to me now, Thoreau.
I know I may sound presumptuous, but I'm just following your steps, Dr. Reed. I'm casting away the shadows of ignorance by daring to face them.
Self-confidence is essential in our line of work, my young colleague, but only if tempered with the correct amount of cynicism.
But you never doubt yourself, Dr. Reed. I've read all your articles and books. You performed the most daring research during the war.
You have my support, Dr. Strickland. I know exactly what it feels like to battle an unknown disease with only your mind and force of will to help you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You don't know what that means to me.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo effect.
Brings official to your medical desk. Θα κάνουμε save, παιδιά, ολοκληρώνουμε εδώ για σήμερα. Αφού τους έδωσε και τη θεραπεία, θα ανέβει το status του district. Τους θεράπευσα σχεδόν όλους. Ωραία. Λοιπόν, αυτό ήταν, παιδιά, για σήμερα. Σε αυτό εδώ το σημείο, παιδιά, ολοκληρώνουμε. Η ώρα 10 και 1, μετά από 4 ωρίτσες ζωντανής μετάδοσης live streaming. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, παιδιά, όσους μου κρατήσετε συντροφιά και μας παρακολουθήσατε. Σήμερα με παρακολουθήσατε. Θα τα πούμε την επόμενη φορά, εννοείται συνεχίζουμε και με Vampyr Part 4. Καληνυχτίζω. Tserpeption. Να είστε όλοι καλά, να προσέχετε. Καλή εβδομάδα, καλές δουλειές γενικά και καλή επιστροφή. Και θα τα πούμε την επόμενη φορά, παιδάκια. Thank you very much for everything, for watching me. Τα λέμε, παιδάκια. Καλό βράδυ. Καλό βράδυ.